Alright, the time is upon us. The time is upon us, and I need to adjust my chair. You know, just casual things at the start of a stream. And we are good to go. Alright. Welcome back, ladylads and gentlelads. My name is Smastian, and we're doing the continuation of Tarkov finally after a couple of days of break, because, well, life things happened. Many life things happened. But I digress. Okay. So, first and foremost, we have too much junk in our inventory. Just full stop. It's too much. Much too much. So, let's do a little bit of stash management. I mean, this could work as stash management, it's just I don't want to be handing over level 50 dog tags, and I probably would have to. So, instead... do I shell out for a bunch of blood sets in order to get one of these? I could just throw down 500,000, it would probably be easier. Although I already have most of the stuff I need. Screw it. Polish man with an addiction says what? What? Okay, beautiful. And with this, we are able to make an amount of space, I suppose? Okay, good. We have made, again, an amount of space. Is it a decent amount of space? Who the hell knows? How are we looking? Okay, we've got room to work with, and that's about all I need. Sky blue, sea of green, something something, yellow submarine. Okay. Now then, objectives of the day. We still have that weekly we need to plow through. Got about 4 days to do that. 13. Like, just 13 survives on interchange. No big deal. Excuse me. Caught a little bit of stupid cotton fluff off of the trees. You know the ones. They cover people's lawns and you put a lighter to the lawn and like the entire thing burns away really quickly. That stuff. I guess it would be mild hay fever. I don't know. Cottonwoods. Sure. That stupid shite. It's that time of the year. It's also the time of the year of, like, the weather keeps changing here from today it's raining, today it's sunny, today it's raining, today it's sunny, and I'm getting stupid fucking migraines as a result. You just can't win. You can't win. Alright, so the point of us being on interchange is we are, one, hunting for a cowboy hat, which eventually a scav will spawn in with a cowboy hat. Or a PMC even. And I think Keela is up in the mall because I am noticing frame drops. Sounds like he's already cracking away at someone. We're also hunting for graphics cards, so we're hitting up all of the computer rooms. Because I think Interchange is the map with the highest computer density in the game. Ostensibly, Labs is the best place to get graphics cards, but it's Labs. Even on PvE, Labs is a rough time. Polish man from Canada fighting in Russia for a piece of American clothing. It's... sounds like communism all over again. When you put it like that, it sounds more zany than it actually is. Yeah, Keela is definitely up. One of these days I'll have to learn how to read Russian because I'm so sick and tired of looking at this and knowing that it reads apteka, but this isn't a fucking P, it looks like an N, and so it looks like anteka. And then, like, underneath you see Heki cockspam, or however the fuck you're supposed to read that. And it annoys me. Because I understand all of the words partially. Okay. Did I ice him or is he still alive? Ugh. Frame rate screwing with me. Oh, Beluga Key is actually valuable. Do appreciate me a Beluga Key. Yeah, that is going to be necessary for some quests on Interchange, or not on Interchange, but on Streets later. We also have a goal of I don't want to be coming out of here with too much shite. I don't want to be a super fat boy. I'd like to move around the maps quickly. He had no clue. Now, one might ask, what in the cockadoodle fuck am I actually doing here? Why am I picking up a grizzly? We have so many of these. Why do I keep transferring things in and out of my inventory? Because there's this thing called the charisma skill, which... it's, technically speaking, not useful in PvE as much, but if you're doing prestige... if you're doing a prestige grind in PvP, you need to level up your charisma skill. And one of the ways you level up your charisma skill is by putting things into your inventory. And a certain XP value for that item gets transferred as part of your charisma skill. Because anytime you raise your intelligence skill, you'll also raise your charisma skill. And what putting stuff in your inventory does is it increases your intelligence skill. Suffice to say, it's a little bit of a load of horseshit. Also, if Dalton gets rich, he's buying him a full costume and gifting him a vacation to the most obnoxiously American city there is, possibly Branson. You know, as far as impossibly American cities go, you'd think Las Vegas would be the impossibly American city. Like, it's the thing, it's what puts capital in capitalism, you know? It is the undisputed capital of capitalism. We're also making looks for hoses. Level charisma via backpacking D&D, this is not. No, indeed it is not. Sometimes I wonder about installing single-player Tarkov, the actual mod. Seeing how the AI compares against the AI in base Tarkov. Do I want to carry Xenos around with me? No. No, it's too huge. Takes up too much space in my inventory, and we don't have that space currently. Electronic components, sure. Well, this time we do see that the car is up and active. So I think what we'll do is, do I still need cords? I might. I think I'll come back to the car extract once I'm done. You know you want the American dream, no healthcare and super expensive lumber? Brother, I already have that up here, at least with, actually with both. Our healthcare isn't all it's cracked up to be, and the lumber is also really expensive. Additionally, our grade A lumber is actually B grade lumber, but, they deliberately market as grade A lumber because all of our grade A lumber is actually sent down to the States. And they just don't want you to know that they leave us with nothing but B-grade lumber. So yeah, there's that. Do I still need relays and bulbs? Maybe. What an odd place to see a scav. Tarkov with the ChatGPT companion chosen via chat donation. Like, you're gonna say Gura. That's what's on your brain. I know this for a fact. Like, completely foregone conclusion. Really, only one computer. Damn. She retired, actually? Oh, yeah. Actually, no, wait, I did hear about this. Is it because she's got a kid on the way? Is that what's happened? Or did she finally earn enough fucking money that she's like, well, fuck this, I'm out? Astonishingly enough, this was a scav. Hmm. Hey there, unkindly. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, bud? She was the biggest by far, so why quit? No, maybe she finally had enough of the fucking creepazoids making porn of her. That's my bet. Either that or again, she probably earned enough fuck you money off of the simps that it was like, yep, cool, I'm outsies, guys. Why? Why does it have to be Gura? Why always Gura with you? Don't much care for SOST ammunition. No, we already checked this section. You don't know other VTubers. Okay, fair. Okay, that guy got bullied a little bit. Did you seriously miss at point blank range? You know what? You get another one in the dome for that. That is incredibly disappointing. Disagreements with Hololives as a company and its direction and with management. Yeah, that seems to check out. I need a wolf and cub type of team? Like, what does that even mean? That sounds something like some furry talk. I'm astonished with how few wires I'm getting. Ask and you shall receive. Hey there, Bingus. Thank you for the $2. Hope the day has been well smashed, and he says. It has been decent. A little bit too humid because a rain's a-coming tomorrow. But otherwise got some tasks out of the way. Hopefully a pricing goes through the way I want it to. With any luck it will. Would be nice to have another chunk like that flow into my coffers. But whether or not it does is, well, a matter of some debate. T-plugs are still probably going to be useful. Hard disk drive, don't care. We're looking for wires. Wires, you know what, I'll grab a PCB. It's a, it is an item that gets traded around for a bunch of stuff. Quite frankly, I think I'm sufficiently stacked on relays. Famous last words. Okay, hitting up Razmu, then hitting up the last set of computer rooms, and then we head for the car extract, because I'd like to take the car extract on this map, because I haven't ever taken the car extract yet on this map. Been 100 degrees hotter every day where you're at? Okay, this is also important. I spent all day cloning my waifu? No, I spent it picking up drywall. And then spending $450 on groceries, which are gonna last a week. Oh, hold on. This is actually a worthwhile container to loot. No AHF1 injector. Sag. You imagine my wife is a pale chick named Drywall. I'd hate to have to suffer such an existence. Canadian grocery robbery? I mean, that's what self-checkout counters are for, right? Ate a whole ass chicken earlier for $6, pretty damn good. Yeah, over here we'd have to pay 14 for that same ass chicken. Honestly, a bit of a computer poor spawn on this map today. Yeah, she just leaves dust everywhere. If you want to, like, have sex with her, you have to, like, put a sandpaper block around your dick in order to actually get anything done. No, is that a bit much? Brother has to drive 20 miles to a grocery store that has a butcher's, hourly cooked chicken, etc. Yeah, for us, it's Costco. Costco is like the only worthwhile place to get any food. Also, additional problem is that purchasing meat in Canada right now, extortionately expensive first off, and second off, everything is poor quality. Everything. Because nobody is buying meat because they can't afford it, all of it sits around for too long, and more often than not, you're buying something that's rotten, and when you're not buying something that's rotten, you're paying $14 for like 4 slim cuts of a steak. For like those fast fry ones. Oh yeah, you better believe the hat stays on during sex. That's why butchers need to be a thing again. Cuts of meat aren't that expensive. I mean, yeah, there are, like, specialty butcher shops, I suppose, but they suffer from the same thing. Like, we used to go to, like, a place where we would, you know, get stuff butchered, but the problem is, too many times recently they had rotten shite because nobody's buying their product, and, yeah. All of a sudden you get home, and you suddenly realize, after sniffing the meat, that, oh, this has gone off. And it's gone off in quite a bad way. I still check down here as if there's gonna be extract campers in this area. Yeah, this is like a butcher store chain that I'm talking about. It's not actually like an independent butcher. Because, like, the dream is you find that guy who does independent butchery and then, you know... Because he's an independent contractor, he does different rates because... The only way you're going to survive in that business is if you do some things on the sly. And then you make a YouTube channel about the kind of work you do. In order to hide the fact that, and lie about the fact that you do a lot of things on the sly. Such as where you source your meats from. Yeah, I think that was a PMC. Look, I'm only taking this stuff because we're pretty close to extract anyway. So I might as well fill up my backpack. Also, we got toolboxes to hit up. Honestly, for stuff like drywall, Home Depot, Rona, like whatever the fuck is the closest. In terms of price, they're all about the same anyway, so it's like, whatever. Oh, he actually got me. Fuck. There was a second. Okay. Didn't realize there was the second one. Fuck. Well, damn. Ugh, that was really close to being a survival, too. And Bingus is heading out. Only one time a day, but a big meal after work because he has diabetes. Ugh. Oof. Sad to hear that. Bright side, we get to choose a different gun. Also pretty glad that I didn't have, do I keep the shoreline keys on me? Nah, I don't think they're necessary. Some Comtac 4s will do just nice. Put on one of these. Put on one of these. And sure, some Condors. Although Death Shadow, like, okay, you can't actually buy it unless you unlock it on Ragman. Fine. So. Do we go back to 545, or do I get to start purchasing M856A1 yet? I mean, there's M855, but M855 is not good enough. So we're not using 556 weaponry just yet. Might as well be this. So yeah, mostly it's going to be Home Depot for drywall. As to paint, Benjamin Moore, Sherwin-Williams, a local brand called Cloverdale. Whatever is halfway decent, effectively. Sure, we go with this one. And where are our magazines? 1, 2, 3. And 4. And BT, because it's good enough. Good. Yes, I think that's good. Now then, back to graphics card hunting on Interchange. And this time, we need survives. I did heal everything, yes? Yes, I did. Bright side as well, our backpack is slightly smaller now, which means we can't carry as much shit, which means we have every incentive to get out of the map even faster. Also, just gonna quickly pop out for a nicotine, BRB, 15 seconds. Okay, cool. 24 survives in a row. So it did update upon death. Oh. I can't actually head out that way. Having one big meal a day gives you the sleepies? I mean, sort of. Because that's what I do as well. Mostly out of laziness. I tend to only eat, like, maybe 1 or 2 meals a day. I mean, if I'm at work, then I, of course, do, like, a whole full 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner. But otherwise, yeah, I just get by usually off of 1 or 2. Seriously, only the one computer again? Well, that was a strange noise. Can't say I liked that noise. Should have maybe tossed a nade at him. I keep forgetting this whole Grenadier quest. Fuck. Didn't get enough rounds into him. Of course it was fucking Keela. Okay, got a bit cocky with my lines. Interchange giving me troubles today. Oh boy. Alright then. So, given that that happened, what do we want to do? These are GAC plates, yeah? Yeah, those are GAC plates. So since they're GAC plates, remove the Cult Locust plates, swap in the GACs, put those in there. Another little bit of this. We like us a ghost balaclava. What about gas welders? A little bit pricey, but we do it for the aesthetics. Now, in terms of guns, what do I really have that is a gun that is worth using? Do I just be fully crazy and just roll around with the Mosin infantry hoping to get headshots on this map right now? You know what? Why not? Why the hell not? Okay, we can actually purchase Calloc bees now. And because we can purchase Calloc bees, there's no reason to be keeping the single-use ones around. More nades. Unburden what has been burdened. For now, this amount of grenades should do. Iron-sighted Mosin. Adequate for the task. We also have to be pretty careful with our lines now, though. Because running into Keela is a death sentence. Because all I've got is soft point bullets. About the best I can do is leg shoot him to death, which is not something you want to try doing. Excuse me. Although, will we be able to level endurance right now? Are we below our encumbrance threshold? No, we still are not. I'll say there, Gabrielle. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Full-size Mosin is disgusting. Real man carries an Obrez in a dream and a dog tag for when they eventually find your body in a ditch. Were the Russians given dog tags during the Second World War? Were they? Because I don't know. Okay, chill out. Do we carry a Vepr as a backup weapon? I sort of want to. It's filled with FMJ. It's not great, but it's a backup weapon. Actually, I'm of the opinion that that's a really poor backup weapon. Brother, what are you doing? Something tells me they didn't have dog tags or dreams. You know, you might be right. Sad as it is to say. You know, do I carry the Alpha rig with me? Winter City side? No, that does not provide me... PS ammo's good enough. Okay, now do we get the, Dream BP? Yes, we get the Dream BP. That'll do. Now, let's do our computer shenanigans. And I think Keela's up. I don't know, I just have a suspicion. Hey there, possums! Welcome to the stream. It has been a while. How are you doing, bud? Nice to have you back.
Вон он упырь!
Also, thanks for the gifts, possums. I guess super while you can, because that super is not going to be around for very much longer, I don't think. You see, I spent too much time not streaming, and so my watch hours on the channel have gone down. And they're below the monetization threshold, so YouTube's like, nope, we're taking that away from you. Alright, let's finish unloading this magazine. Because I would very much like to have all of this BP ammunition. Bet they will take away our membership abilities but not refund us the money? Well, yeah, no, of course. I've already mentioned it a couple of times, but you know, for the people who, like, don't know, all of a sudden they come in, they throw some money my way, and then... Oh, and it's absolutely my fault, too. Like, I should have been a bit more on the ball about streaming. But, it was a rough past year, so... I request the cutting of a little bit of slack. Also, thank you again for the $5. Oh, you want to know the best thing? If I don't hit a certain minimum amount of money within this month, they won't even pay out the remainder. Although you guys are donating right now, they're just gonna eat all of it. Because in order for them to actually pay out, you need to have like $200 USD banked with them. And only at that point do they actually take their cut and pay you out what they owe you after they take their cut. It's a thing of beauty. Also, hey there, Pretzel. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Okay. Okay, quick check. Grenadier, do I have any more kills towards it? Nope. Oh, ooh, empty barrel.
Over there.
Still no bueno on Grenadier kills. Let's see, do we get lucky?
Not ours.
Oh my god, there's so many in there. Like it was a full 5-stack of them. God damn it. Ah, I shouldn't have gotten cute with it. I shouldn't have tried to get cute with the nades. And still no nade kills. Oh boy. Bright side, our vitality should be going up, and I need to hit at least a minimum of 3. Well, I actually need my vitality to be even higher than that, but eh. Okay, we take a Mosin infantry carbine this time. I, after all, need, like, what, one more headshot? Where's Shooterborn? Oh, actually 2 more headshots. Well then. I do have PS ammo, but I don't want to be using PS ammo. Sure, we'll do like this. We're, of course, still going to be trying to do a little bit of nade spam. Just a little bit. Okay. So we take one of these, take a ULAC. Gas welders, because we like our drip. And okay, that's gonna have to do. That's gonna have to do. Somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight, we've got one of these. And good. We're not doing so hot on the whole survive business, you know? What would have been a better way to play that out? Probably double back on myself and approach from the left flank from, like, Kiba direction, maybe. Still wouldn't have helped me get any, like, nade kills, though. I think the only way I'll be getting grenade kills on PMCs is if I use contact fuses. Anything short of a contact fuse is just not going to be sufficient. Because they'll just run around way too much. Cook the grenade longer? That's not how it works in this game. There is no grenade cooking. The only time the grenade fuse starts counting down is the moment it leaves your PMC's hands. They do it proper military-style grenade throwing. None of this video gamified, oh, we're gonna cook the grenade before we toss it. No, it's like, if you're letting go of the grenade, it's only at that time that you're letting go of the firing pin. Is that another one that's takeable? It actually is, lol. You might lose a finger or two, or, you know, have a face. Also, hey there, Uston. Welcome, welcome. It's PvE. I did my prestige grind. See, I did my prestige grind this wipe, and I'm like, nope. Work's kicking back up again. I cannot afford to no-life another fucking prestige grind. So yeah, we're just keeping things chill until the wipe ends, I suppose. And until 1.0 goes live. Because that's something to look forward to, 1.0. Prestige is kept through wipes. So I wanted to do at least Prestige 1. But Prestige 2 would have been too much. So more skills on wipe? Yeah, you get slightly more skills. Prestige 2 is the really valuable one because you get additional daily quests. Like, you get one additional daily quest and one additional weekly quest. So that one is really valuable, but I'm not pushing for it. Because it took me about... what? It's only at about April, really, that I actually finished my Prestige grind, because for a straight month, I was looking for a Pestily Plague Mask, and just not finding it. RNG hates me so goddamn bad. So, like, even if I tried to do the prestige push, I don't think I would be able to make it. Like, I just don't think it would happen. Did I already check all of these? I guess I did. Oh, I forgot to repack a Propital. Did you just phase through a door? Stop rotating. Ah, fucking hell. Okay. At long last, a grenade kill. Okay, we've got some magazines to work with. Alright. Hey there, Fly. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Glad to have you giving me the kind support you are of seeing me back in action. What is Deadlock, by the way? Sounds like a Ratchet and Clank game. Still no headshots. Damn. Okay. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit chapped about that. And honestly, I'd prefer this thing over the other one, even though it's FMJ. We'll even take the Glock with us. Hey, there's the spare Propital I needed. These grenades are not actually worth it, I don't think. Also, not good ammo. Weight 48 kilo. Okay. Okay. So I did kill the first one with a headshot. Interesting. Can I shut this guy up? Right, now to do the thing I initially came here to do, which is to look for more wires. Because I need literally one more fountain raid wire and I can be pretty happy. Alright, like I said, the wires hunt. Okay, we got it. The thing we came for, we have it. What can I ditch? Drill is more valuable. Okie dokie. And, honestly, like, whatever. Does it get us back to stamina regain threshold? Not quite. Honestly, the ULAC is a touch much. Strictly speaking, the ULACs aren't even that expensive. You know something? I don't hate the MDR. I thought I'd hate this thing a lot more. Dare I say it's surprisingly bearable. Yeah, the only time I ever played as a USEC in this game was, literally my first wipe. And then I've been playing Bear ever since it is just way more optimal because your early game is that much easier. Also, because we are on the North American server, everyone fucking plays USEC, so it is easier to get kills on USECs than it is to get kills on Bears. And that only really matters for the, This Is Our Land quest, where you have to kill like 20 USECs on Lighthouse. Aye, whatever. Let him run. But yeah, this gun really does not have a whole lot of bounce to it, and... zero luck. Zero luck with car extract. GPU? No. GPU? Nope. Golden phone, though. That's a pretty valuable find. I will take this PSU with me. Crazy bastard. Well, let's start extracting about our merry way. I had a feeling. Had a feeling I'd run into one of you chuckle fucks out here. I don't know, there might be a good chance that the AK-50 shows up for, 1.0 release. Although it is a meme weapon, so it's, like, not a strict priority for them. It's probably going to show up as, like, some sort of mid-wipe event. Or, at that point, they won't be wiping, ostensibly. But it should show up as some sort of like mid-wipe or after like 2-3 months event where, oh, we added the AK-50. LOL, here's a quest that lets you unlock it, and then it's gonna be some absurd nonsense like get 50 headshots with Lapua Magnum weapons. That is what my mind's eye and my future sight tell me. Source dude, just trust me. Or better yet, 50 headshots with a Makarov. You know what? I'd believe that too. Good lord, is Factory gonna be cancer. Just a bunch of pistolings rolling around naked with Makarovs trying to unlock an AK-50 while a bunch of guys with Uzi Pros are doing test drive. Ugh. Matter of factly speaking, the test drive quest on Factory for the Uzi Pro, like, I don't hate it. Granted, most people on Factory cower in corners when they're doing that quest, but honestly, that gun is just so good that you can charge people down and not even care. It vomits rounds. Just slap a whole bunch of PvP into it and you're fine. Although then again, this gets into like the two mentalities of playing Tarkov as a competent player of the game. You're either going to be the guy who constantly goes out of his way to seek engagements, like come hell or high water, no matter what you do, you are seeking an engagement, or you are going to be that player, and as by extension, you're also going to be the one that tries to get his quests done as fast as possible, and so you're going to be running low money typically. Or you play like me, which is to say you tend to avoid the PvP quests until you're at the very end of your quest grind before Kappa, and all you have left is your PvP quests, and you just backload all the PvP content as much as possible. At which point you do have a pretty decent money reserve. Additionally, I extremely hope that they will get rid of the flea market for 1.0. Like, I just don't want to see the flea market at all, ever again. I think the flea market makes the game significantly worse. There was a time in the early days, in my like first and second wipe, maybe even the third, a little bit, where I thought to myself that, you know, having the flea market is like a balancer for the casuals, so that they can kit themselves out reasonably well without necessarily having to quest too hard. And I've reversed my position on that completely, because what actually ends up happening is the haves end up having more, and the have-nots end up having even more taken away from them. So the flea market, it doesn't equalize anything, it just means that the people who already are competent at the game are able to kit themselves out well, and not have to worry about their kits ever. Whereas the people who struggle with the game, either because they have Standard Edition and don't go for, like, I didn't go for Edge of Darkness Edition, or the, what is the recent one? It's not Edge of Darkness, I don't think. It's something different. Whatever it is, that's, like, the highest tier. It's the one I purchased, just so I could have fucking pockets. Like, so your stash size is extremely limited. And life is suffering. Actually, do I kit out an MDR and just have a little bit of fun with an MDR? You know, we could do. I don't like this. I don't like this. Sure, I'll keep that. This is okay-ish. This is absolutely for sale. This instead goes onto my gun. On that side of the gun, though. Good, good. This is a selling item. We'll purchase another 2 of these magazines. Unload the shit-ass ammo, and get some M855 in here instead. Oh, I already took it out. Okay. And let's see, is there any sort of way that I can... Oh, sure, we'll keep the M-lock. Fuck it, put an NT4 suppressor on it. It's been a while since we've run around suppressed in this game mode. Ambush front, ambush rear sight. Not that it matters. This is just for aesthetics. And okay, we put away a mule. We put away the G-phone because it's actually valuable. All of this is for sale. Good, the vents are finally ready for an upgrade. How's my dog tags case looking? It's looking like I need a new dog tags case. That's what it's looking like. And this is also for sale. Now... everything is as it should be here. Repair some plates. M855, there we go. And we'll have ourselves a little bit of fun with that. That's all good there. A little bit of Healy-doos and also sell this. Because we've actually hemorrhaged a little bit of money today. The whale edition. I mean, what can I say? I put 2,500 hours into this game. So, why not? I whaled out a little bit. It's also the only game I've been playing these past fucking 3 years. It's a nice convenience for crafting items, I will grant that. But when it comes to assembling guns, assembling kits, it's also especially bad for ammunition sale. I think that the flea market, you shouldn't be able to sell any ammunition above 30 penetration. Like, currently, it's anything below 43 pen is fine, which unfortunately means M856A1 and a whole bunch of, like, the most commonly used ammunition, so that's, like, BT for 545, M856A1 for 556, 762 PP ammunition is on the table. So all of these mainline ammunitions are available on the flea market. Heck, even M80, I think, is available on the flea. Let's check that quick. Peacekeeps. Actually, you know what? Well, actually, no. M80 might not be. Okay, M80, thankfully, is not available on the flea. What about M62? Only the Blackout Tracer, which is... that's acceptable. Well, like, I don't know. It still feels... so much about... the flea market just feels as though it takes away from the game. Like, the whole point of the game is you assemble your kit from the shit you find in the wild. And then eventually, after boosting your traders up to whatever amount you need to boost them up to. Through questing. Otherwise, this just removes all of the, aside from, like, crafting, it removes so much of the actual gameplay from Tarkov, I feel. Alright, we need a working LCD still. And 4 bundles of weirs. Shouldn't be too difficult to assemble. Our first survive on interchange today. Oh boy. Anyway, let's get some nicotine in. So yeah, like, continuing the thought about the flea market, I really do enjoy the fact that you have to find your hideout upgrades in-game. Like, all of the materials you need for the hideout upgrades. Because, simply put, it actually forces you to interact with the game. And also, it prevents, like, the hyper sweats. Because I'm a sweat. Like, there is... I say that with no small amount of shame. but I'm not a hyper sweat. I'm not the sort of guy who's able to pop off headshots consistently enough on actual PvP players in order to get weird-ass 24 survives in a row in PvP. Okay, those are PMCs. And I'm out of nades. Okay. And Dalton has returned to us. Welcome back. No decent ammunition. Ooh. PNB. I think I need the PNB for a quest. Fragmentation Rain, your favorite. I don't know why I went like full fucking Khajiit voice there, but fuck it. Alright, how's our grenadier looking? 5 of 8. Alright, very good, very good. Sloжилина? Also, can we just talk about the fact that I found the last Nixor lens I needed just as I'm finishing my craft for a Nixor lens? Fun fact, you leave all the time. I tend to stream while you're at work. Night Cyclist, I messaged you in Discord months ago and got no response. Womp womp. The circle completes itself. Yeah, the thing I'd like to complete is farming. Farming would be a nice thing to complete. You know why? I'll tell you why. 'Cause that way I won't have to continue worrying about finding graphics cards, which never seem to show up for me. I'm also so glad that they made paracords a special slot item. Oh lord, am I happy about that. Well, I'm certainly glad I help you while away the hours while at work. How much to do a real-life POV skydiving stream? I don't know, just enough to cover the cost of the skydiving. There'd also probably be an instructor involved, and it would also have to be after I decide I've gotten enough subscribers to actually do a face reveal. So that's ways down the road, shall we say. Just wear a hammer mask and hat. You know what? You're so right. When did you become so wise? Smashed in merch would be cool. Yeah, that's for sure one of those things that'd be a bit further on down the pipe, though. Because I'd have to worry about minimum order sizes and so on and so forth, and like actually getting a distributor, someone to make it, and blah blah blah. Because if I would do merch, I'd prefer not to use like the standard avenues that most streamers and YouTubers go through to get their merch done. I'd rather like have someone local make it up, you know? Sebastian merch already sold in Home Depot. Just find any Husky hammer. I feel called out. Y'all saying I'm cheap? Is that what you're saying? Saying I'm cheap? Sounds like you're trying to tell me I'm cheap. Also, DeWalt doesn't do hammers. It's Stanley that does hammers, which is owned by DeWalt. So, close enough. Technically DeWalt, although it's branded differently. Really, I've run out of room, have I? I have a weird feeling those were shots at me. Okay, this is strictly speaking unnecessary. Cords I think I've gotten a fair chunk of. Let's just get this motor and pile out, maybe. A lot of drills this time around. I've been machined to perfection in a 5-axis CNC? Bruh. I've been CNC milled in a quantum dimensional axis machine. I've been milled in dimensions you can't even conceive of. Apparently the heads can loosen on the DeWalt hammers. Yeah, they had that happen a while back. That is true. That is true. Okay, what am I trying to get rid of here? Ram stick, why not? I think the wires are still a little bit more useful. Did I check this one? Yeah, I did. PS ammunition for 545 is not something I care about. I do actually need that PM pistol. For much later on down the line, granted, but I do need it. Now, strictly speaking, I don't want to get involved in that firefight. I have a PM pistol. I do need to take it out of raid. We're just going to be nice and casual, picking up some computers, and then heading out of this map. And in all likelihood, also not being allowed to have a car extract, because car on this map, for some reason, got nerfed to... well, no, I know the reason why it got nerfed to shit. It's because there's that, ref key room that, that spawns a whole bunch of level 6 armor plates. And everyone goes there. And it's in the power station right beside the car extract, and so people will spawn there and immediately head for car extract after finishing looting. Which is more than a little bit annoying. What's our time in raid? 17 minutes. Okay. Duffel bag is glitched to shit. Is this duffel bag glitched to shit? I think all of the inventories are glitched to shit. Huh, that's a power cord spawn. Okay. Alright, yep. Well, since everything's glitched to all fuck... I might as well just get out of the raid as fast as possible. I'm curious, will it drop my magazine? No, it just goes into the void. Okay, we do get lucky with car. And... not even a working LCD. Okay. I don't know why I tried. Another successful raid. And I'm sort of liking the 5.56 MDR. Like, in terms of fire rate, it's not fantastic. In terms of ergonomics, it's also a little bit lacking. It's not as maximally snappy as you can get an AR-15. Or... are they AR-16s in this one? Either way, the M4A ones. You can't get it as snappy as one of those. Well, this is pretty good, all things considered. Yep, and there they are, the completed Nixor lenses, one of which I just brought with me. Well. Them's is the breakses. And there's the game crash, which we were sort of expecting. Okay. Okay. So I am back. Hopefully... yep, everything is having been restarted. Fortunately, this computer boots up super fast. But it and Tarkov have a slightly adversarial relationship. Also, hey there, Gradual Dam. Just as you came in, it dies. Well, it's back. Just have to wait for the... okay, yeah, the avatar is also back online. Game's back online. You expect the game crash? Bold, but have you expected the blue screen of death? Honestly, the blue screen of death is also something I've come to expect with my PC. I don't know what the fuck is up with it, but Windows has not installed itself correctly on this machine, and it keeps having, like, hardware interfacing issues between Windows and the hardware. My suspicion is it's the motherboard. Because what I did is I flashed the BIOS on the motherboard so that I can install a CPU onto the motherboard that it can support, but it needed the BIOS flashing. And so... maybe I made some problems for myself as a result of that, or maybe there's some other weird interfacing issue between some part of the hardware or another. And it has its hiccups. It's just the way this thing rolls. Rolls like a duck off a water's back. What do you mean that sentence doesn't make sense? It makes perfect sense. In some universe, maybe, it makes sense. Okay. I can pack you away and nothing else fits. Fine. Doing a slight little bit of inventory management, just trying to pack away as many things as I possibly can. Just trying to pack some stuff away. Okay, that made a little bit of room for us. Okay. Delicious, delightful, fantastic. Might also want to check the CPU voltages and speed of RAM. Like, ostensibly all of the parts should work well together. It's just something's fucky. And I think it's the Windows installation. That is my sincere and steadfast belief. Hold on a second. Can I get a functional LCD screen? Yeah, okay. So a functional LCD screen is the last thing I need for here, and I am crafting it, and it's good. And he looked upon his works and said it was good. I need 4 more spark plugs. Ooh, fantastic. Okay. So I do need to be picking up spark plugs. Alright, alright, alright. And a drain cleaner. But first I need a lavatory level 3, and in order to do lavatory level 3, I need hoses. And in order to get hoses, I just need to get hoses. This still missing the required vitality skill level. I've been too good at avoiding damage. Heating unit needs another dry fuel and a hunting matches. The hunting matches are going to be the more difficult one of the two to get. And we're still looking for a cowboy hat. We're still looking for a graphics card. Okay. Now before I launch this, I'm just going to take a quick pee break and then I'll be right back. Okay. I have returned. Okay. Okay, let's catch up with chat. If only this game had the smallest amount of optimization. I mean, it does have decent optimization for the kit-bashed mess it actually is. Which, like, that's an open secret. Like, even BSG can't really deny the fact that this thing is a bit of a monster when it comes to optimization. Like a Frankenstein type of monster. Just like bits and pieces from here and there, all put together. A lot of really legacy spaghetti code from the early, what was it, 2014 that this game was made? 2016? Like, it's... Okay, fine, game. I'm not gonna talk shit about you. Don't crash on me. Fucker. So, anyway... Optimization? What optimization? Oh, this game's so good. It's so well optimized. Don't crash on me again, please. Your motherboard should have a backup BIOS just in case. Like, the BIOS, it works. Because here's another thing that's weird about my PC. It doesn't enter sleep mode correctly. So what it does sometimes is sometimes it enters sleep mode just fine. But there's plenty of times where it, like, cycles into, like, a turning itself on, turning itself off, turning itself on, turning itself off. Or, like, going into sleep mode, turning itself on, going into sleep mode, turning itself on. And it just does it on, like, a 30-second cycle. It is so weird. Meanwhile, Gabrielle is stuck with a green screen of death for a while because you're Radeon GPU. My friends call the NVIDIA AD, lol. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's a full Asus build. Or, sorry, not, AMD. It's a full AMD build. Because, unfortunately, Intel and NVIDIA were putting out some real stanky numbers the past several years. So when I was building this thing, or assembling the pieces for it, I decided that AMD was the way to go. And so probably because of the AMD nonsense, there's probably some weirdness due to AMD also having some odd compatibility issues. Like, ostensibly, you want to be running Tarkov on a NVIDIA GPU, not on an AMD. And here we go, it crashed again. It's probably going to cycle through another couple of crashes before it actually lets me play again. It also has a Ryzen CPU, so it's like, what's happening here, man? You might want to check all the BIOS settings, as a flash can reset everything. Worst comes to worst, reinstall Windows after flashing a new BIOS. I mean, maybe that's what I need to do. Honestly, the next time I'm just gonna, like, have somebody assemble the PC for me. Like, a company that handles PC assembly the same way Teddy does, because my first PC that I assembled, everything went well. I assembled this PC, and in IT wizardry is necessary in order to resurrect this thing. Or unfuck it from whatever fuckery is going on with it. Yeah, I think I have a 6800 XT GPU, if I'm remembering correctly what the model number is. Like, up here, PC parts are also extortionately priced, so I am pretty limited in terms of budget. Like, I was able to assemble these things for about 2,500 bucks Canadian, which in US terms that would probably be like, I don't know, 1,800, maybe a little bit less. Or either way, something around the $1,800 figure, because we not only have to deal with fucking customs, but also parts shipping into Canada is garbage, especially West Coast, because the West Coast has really poor shipping infrastructure. You have to make it through the Rocky Mountains. Like, even America West Coast has fucking problems, but, you know, you guys have San Francisco, so shipping to your West Coast is slightly easier. It does this when not streaming as well? Yeah. Like, this is just a perennial issue or set of issues that my PC has. I'll get a little closer. Also, even on my old build, I've had, like, weird Tarkov crash bugs. Another weird thing that this PC had an issue with, but it seems to no longer be having this issue, is for a long time, any sort of grid-based system, it doesn't matter if it was Tarkov or something like Star Sector, but if you have like a grid-based system like this, at some point I would be moving stuff on the grids, or even mousing over the grids, and my PC would crash. Not just the game, my entire ass PC would freeze up. And it was only games that had grid-based management systems for inventory. Hey, there's the cowboy hat I need. Also, I think my motherboard is a little bit underpowered in this PC build. I thought I was getting an adequate one, but it doesn't have... Am I running DDR4 or DDR5? I think I'm running DDR5. So, where was I in my little diatribe? I forget what thought I was on. Oh yeah, the motherboard. I think the motherboard is touch underpowered. Because I think I might have gone with DDR4 RAM as opposed to DDR5, and it might not have DDR5 compatibility. Either way, like, this is an adequate PC build. But next time, if I get the opportunity, or if the cash lines up for me, like, several years down the line, because I'd still like to be on this PC for at least another 3 years before I do anything to make a new one. Yeah, I'm gonna splash out for some better parts at such a point. DDR4 is fine, DDR5 is better. Like, Teddy built his PC for about the same amount of money I built my PC for. It's just that he assembled his parts about 6 to 8 months after I did. And at that time, DDR4 was a much more manageable option. His CPU was also same price as mine, but for a way better quality CPU. But, like, even though he was using a British pound, like, in British pound, his PC cost the same as mine did using Canadian. So, a little bit annoying. At the very least, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. I might have 128, I don't know. I know for sure Teddy does. Yeah, Teddy bought his CPU on sale as well, so, like, he really lucked out. Like, I was sorely tempted to just, like, go complete balls to the wall and just get the same CPU as him at the same time, while it was on special, and just hang onto it until I make my next PC build, but, like, some scav moved through here, and I'm a little bit spooked. Intel CPUs can use both DDR4 and DDR5. You returned your motherboard for an MSI. Like, MSI as a brand, I have severe umbrage with. Because I once upon got an MSI laptop. Granted, it was a cheap-ass laptop, like $700 back in 2010. So, quite frankly, it was a piece of shit. But I just wanted to use it for school. And the screen broke within the first month. So I sent it to repair. And I did not get my laptop back for, like, 3 months while it was in repair. Or, like, 2 months, something along those lines. And then once I got it back, the screen broke again after about another couple of months. And so ever since, I've had a pretty severe mistrust of MSI as a brand. Despite the fact that apparently their GPUs are pretty consistent, I've just never been able to extend trust towards that brand name ever again. Also, yeah, I do have an Asus ROK, an Asus ROK motherboard. Previous motherboard was an Asus ROG, and that one was pretty good for its time. But the Asus ROK I have right now is like, well. Like, it works as a MOBO. I think only Intel had a generation where you could choose between a DDR4 and DDR5 motherboards for the same CPUs. Right, Sparky plugs. Helixes I have a bunch of stashed away, so I'm not really interested in gathering more. Asus motherboards are okay. Ha ha ha. Very funny. For that pun, we'll put you in the gulag. Asus is still tops for motherboards, but you're going to pay quite a price. I mean, like, that's the thing. If you're buying a MOBO, splash out on it. I thought I splashed out on it or got something that was good value for money, but I probably should have spent a little more money on my MOBO, quite frankly. Do I need... sure, whatever. We're still picking up wires. Why not? I don't know if I need this many CPUs, but I'm grabbing them anyway. Do I need motors still? Maybe. I don't know how many CPUs I need to or CPU fans I need to collect, but it was a non-zero amount. But I'm probably overdoing it. Or no, it's tough. I have the tough series of motherboards. I thought it was ROK, but no, it's the tough series. MSI laptops are mediocre. In general, laptops are mediocre. Like, if you can avoid purchasing a laptop, do so. That is to say, avoid it. It sells for money. The ROK should have VRMs that can handle high-end CPUs without issue. Yeah, no, it's the tough. Like, the specific model of the tough motherboard that I got was supposed to be able to handle Ryzen 9, depending on which year it was made in. Because the initial run, the BIOS did not support it. It did not support Ryzen 9 CPUs. Specifically of the 5000 series, 5900 series. Yeah. And it's a 5900 series CPU that I'd have, so... If it was an initial run sort of thing, or initial production or anything, it would not have the BIOS support for it. Ostensibly, the one I purchased had the BIOS support for it, but I didn't trust it, and so I decided to flash the MOBO anyway, just to really be absolutely sure that my CPU would work with the specific MOBO. Okay, glad he ran into that one. Yeah, honestly, this would have been a, this would have been a tough cookie to die to. Didn't particularly like that prospect. Glad I didn't. Because, fully automatic shotgun, not pretty. Alright, let's loot up this boy. This boy. Because, yeah, the GPU, I think, is pretty okay. Like, a 6800 XT on a 1440p monitor, like, it does well enough. But I also once again forgot that this game, specifically, CPU intensive. And so I think my CPU is also a touch underpowered for this game. RAM-wise, I think, in a pretty decent position. DDR5 would have been preferable, but I do think I'm on DDR4, because also RAM up here. RAM costs way too much. Yeah, it's better than the new mid-range NVIDIA releases, and that's exactly what guided me towards the purchase. It's better than the mid-range NVIDIA releases, and fuck me if I'm splashing out on a 3800 or a 40... what was it? 4900, I think, is the recent one. Or was the one at the time. Yeah, like RTX 4900 I think was releasing around that time. Can't remember though. If I'm not mistaken, Teddy might have the same GPU that I do. Still 0 GPU luck, but that's okay. Oh, actually, here's another closet reason why I don't want to do a Prestige 2 grind. Because Teddy doesn't want to continue playing Tarkov this wipe. Which means that since he's not continuing to play Tarkov this wipe, I can't rely on his RNG to get me quest items that I need. Because his ability to RNG quest items, way better than mine. Especially as it comes to GPUs. He's able to pull GPUs out of duffel bags and out of PCs in ways that I just can't. That and Flyboy. Flyboy is the absolute king of finding GPUs in unlikely places. A dude can't find CPU fans worth a damn, but Lord, can he find GPUs. Dalton says Poland. Poland mentioned. Ooh, war. Achievement unlocked, mentioned Poland in a stream. Oh, you. Once again unlucky. Oh well. We'll search these filing cabinets. Try to pick up some extra loot this way. I think the AI PMCs might have hit this place. Although there is a spark plug here. Hello, wood dove. We can hear you hooting off and hollering in the distance. Please, you can't keep glazing the non-Illinois Polish like this. Or, well, you can, I suppose. I mean, who am I to stop you? That would have been so incredibly funny. I mean, like, the fact that we have an American Pope is already just, like, maxi keck. But if he was deep woods Chicago Polish on top of that, oh my god, the memes. That accent could have started wars. I mean, like, why else do you think there's an American president in, or not president, American Pope right now on the docket? Like, the seat of Pope has always been a politically charged position that is sort of reflective of the, like, current, number one world superpower's political inclinations and desires. Like, the only reason we got a Polish Pope in the first place was to add extra pressure onto the Soviet Union so that they would, like, collapse faster internally. That, and also to add even further legitimacy to, the Polish Solidarity movement. Which, I don't remember. Does the Pope predate the Solidarity movement, or does it happen after? Or his instatement as a Pope? Imagine if it was an NYC Polish Pope. Nah, like, if it was NYC, it would be Italian. Like, it would just be par for the course. Yep, we've got an Italian Pope again. He's basically American-style Venetian. Because he comes from New York, which, like, if we stretch it a little, is basically, you know, the Venice of North America. You guys there, gotta get them Bibles up there, gotta get this service rolling here. Bada boom, bada bing, gabagool. Yeah, New York also does have a sizable Polish community. I did speak with some folks who lived in New York City and Poland. They were an interesting bunch. Like Greenpoint Poles. Where Greenpoint was the part of the city where even in the 1980s, 1990s, you'd still find old Polish ladies who refused to fucking learn English. And where there would be, like, black guys all of a sudden speaking Polish. It was an interesting community from what I've heard. I never got to experience it personally, but I've heard some funny stories. Still have old Polish ladies who do this in that area? I mean, yeah, it depends on how old you go. Most of the folks that came around in the 80s and 90s were already, you know, more on the integration track. A lot of them learned English in Poland as well. So... Black Polish Pope reading Song of Solomon. Like, it's more likely than you think these days. I think Poland would legitimately riot if they saw a black Polish Pope, though. Oh no, the dog tax case is full. Just a second. Is it cheaper to purchase the dog tag case for the barter right now? slightly cheaper. Let's purchase, like, I don't know, a good 200 rounds of this stuff. We still have old Italian ladies preferring to speak Italian, especially when yelling at their kids. I mean, look, that's just the classical thing. Like, you know, come from an immigrant family, get yelled at in the mother country tongue. In a bizarre twist of fate, Joel Osteen selected as new pope. Oh, better yet, Alex Jones. Nah, ain't no way they'd let Alex Jones be the pope. Like that. Mm-mm. They would not let that happen. Okay, here we go. Shemag Green. Ray Bench Round. I have aviators. I have the wrong fucking glasses for this. Okay. Ray Bench. Round frame sunglasses. Okay. So that is a thing I need. Yeah, we like ourselves some Gazelle body armor. Love to see me some Gazelle body armor. Maybe, like, not specifically right now, sort of love to see, but, you know, it's nice, it's nice. Does gratitude unlock me more, Ragman quests? That's the important thing. Or specifically, more interchange quests. And the answer is... yes. And specifically the survive interchange 7 times. Okay. Alright. Okay. The MDR might not be the best for this. But we'll make it work. They're putting things in the wine that turns the frogs gay. I drank the wine. Oh no, now I'm gay. Okay, so that needs to happen. Security level 3! Alright, yes. We need to first fish this out. Now we can upgrade security level 3. What are we still waiting on here? Vents 3, security 3, and then one more Sparky. Okay. So do we have anything in particular that we're trying to wait on? Weapon parts. Hold on. Weapon parts in Tarkov. Workbench level 2. Weapon rack level 2. I know what I can be doing. I could have sworn I purchased that thing. Guess I saw wrong. What? Hold on a moment. Okay. Weird glitch. Weird glitch. Don't know how to feel about that one. Okay, we do need to go to woods. And let's get some nicotine in me. Cthulhu attacks Europe, Donald Trump given... okay, my game crashed again? Or did it? Yep, terminated with an error. Not even a crash, terminated with errors, so this was a completely different thing. Trump given papacy and Green Lantern ring to fight back. You mean papacy. I don't know how I'd feel about Trump getting a Green Lantern ring. I have the biggest ring. I can make such a huge wall of green. That just like constantly put him on the Mexican border and just like, I'm making a wall with my green. Hey there, Chestnut. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you around. How you been? Would I rather him have the matrix of leadership? Probably less so. Now, here's a esoteric question, or one that, would probably have some relevance back in 2008. Do you think that Trump can Triforce? Okay, here we go again. We're back in a crash cycle for Tarkov. Runaway American military budget is going to look even better when our stuff starts transforming. Oh, God. Yeah, Triforce. Do you think that Trump can Triforce? If you know, you know. Yeah, something like that. You get non-tax suppressors now, so that's cool. Well, that makes one of us. We are not even allowed to have suppressors up here. Heck, we're not even allowed to have pistols. And Dalton, unfortunately, does not know. Don't worry, it's a really, really stupid meme that was only really relevant in 2008. They overthrew the suppressor tax? Well, I live where I live. I did go through a gun safety course. I just never ended up actually purchasing one in the end. Or even, like, continuing to actually get the licensing for it because... in order to meet the storage requirements, I just didn't have the space to actually properly store the things. I was a teenager in 2008. Shame on me for knowing things. Oh. Ooh. Okay. We are here. Alrighty. And since we're here, we go this way. I go on a list up here. We all know how well names on government lists go. You need a hammer lad around versus in Gulag. Innocent young me with none of my vertebrae compressed. Well, fortunately, I'm not dealing with vertebrae compression yet. Yet. Am I dead? Okay, we are in a very, very dangerous situation. Oh no, stream lag. Someone mentioned suppressors and the bots took notice. It's this map. This map does not like being streamed very well because it has a lot of foliage that moves, so YouTube's compression algorithm struggles. Don't blame your bad internet on little old me, just got fiber and it's been smooth stream viewing. Okay, let's try to get this leg back up. Ah, fuck.
Enemy front.
Okay. Whew. Okay, what do I actually want off of here that sells decently? Okay, we do want to keep the spear. Somehow they missed all of my plates. Whatever. Sturman is up as well. SSA AP, it's actually good ammunition. RRLP, not what I'm looking for. I don't know if PP is actually a good ammunition to hold on to. BP, though, is definitely worth it. SOST M62, okay. Okay, good. Hey there, Nicholas. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you around. I do live indeed. Welcome back. Where's the food I picked up? There's the food I picked up. Okay, so I survived spawning close to the goons, and them noticing my existence and charging me immediately. That's always a bit of a clenching situation. 'Cause the goons are, well, they're tough. We also have Sturman up and active. One of my worries is that we also have Partisan up and active, and if Partisan is up and active, then, I don't know how to feel about that. Sturman is easy enough to avoid. We do have an Outskirts extract, which is hilarious, because we spawn on the same side as Outskirts. But somehow spawning in that corner means that instead of having to go all the way across the map to extract, it lets us extract here. I don't know why it's coded that way, but it is. Morning so far isn't a good one for you because you woke up with a nosebleed. Ugh. That is a touch rough. I think this is the worse PS ammo. Yeah, this is discardable. So is this, quite frankly. How's it going for me? Well, life is still a bit topsy-turvy. Managed to make some money this year so far, so, well. It is what it is. And yeah, I mean, things are stable enough that I felt I can finally start streaming again. Although I'm about to lose monetization because my watch hours are too low, but them's the breaks. Hopefully we can get back to 4K watch hours pretty rapidly so that you guys don't lose out on basically membership benefits such as they are so far. Money is temporary, misery is for life. I mean, true, so true. Okay, then we can start going back to interchange, continuing our graphics cards hunt, because I now have unlocked more interchange quests. Chill stream so far. Is it a new wipe? No, we're just playing PvE for now. I already prestiged this wipe in PvP, so I'm like, yeah, I've had enough. I'm not gonna do more PvP this time around. So we're just questing through PvE. Which, I mean, the moment that 1.0 releases, I'm just gonna have to re-wipe my PvE account, but, it's whatever. I knew what I was signing up for. Because, yeah, once the new wipe comes out, which should be somewhere towards the end of August, 1.0 will be completely released for this game, and there will be an actual end game. So that is something to look forward to. Man, Sturman is still finding PMCs to crack off at. Whew. The fact that I fought both Knight and Big Pipe. Oh god, what a way to start a raid. Spawn on the side of the map that the goons are on and then immediately get bum rushed by them. Yeah, the end game is actually finally in sight. Unfortunately, it's only one of the potential end game scenarios. But hey, it's one of. Which means there will be more at some point. Yeah, no, the ultimate threat is for selling. So are you, and you, and you. So are you. So are you. You're just gonna kick around for now. You also just go off and do some fancy-dancy bullshit. And now we restock on an ETGC and a Propy. And one of these actually has to stick around as well. What ammo does he have? FMJ. FMJ's not the best. Guys, I can purchase it. I can be rolling around with a Sig Spear. I can do this. This is a thing I can do. It might be fun. Sure. We ball. Alright, let's see. What can I do with this? Yeah, we'll put on one of these SI Cobras. It does let you put on these right-hand risers. Yellow Balder Pro, because we're keeping this all in FDE color scheme. We are going to put a Grawl pistol grip, however. That much has to happen. Wrong type of Geist mount. Correct type of Geist mount. Well, actually, no. We're going to be close range, so let's use this. Okay, what is potentially plus 12? Plus 15. Plus 15 on an MDCQB. And say we just go full balls to the wall, RE tube, DDECB, and one of these. Gets us up to 62. Really? This actually gives me +1? Alright, sure. Alright, we're gonna be using a Sig Spear. Alright, Comtac 2s, 6B47s, and then Gazelles. Type is literal whatever territory. That's good selling. That's good sell here. And then the rest of it just like so. Oh yeah, this mess. Heal up a smidge. There you go. Let's heal up a smidge, as I said. What am I looking to do here still? There is something that is on my brain. What is that thing that is on my brain? Whoa, no. I'm not paying that much for those magazines. Right. 6B47s in the olive drab. Then it was Contact 2s. And then we remove the plates from this bastard. And we have to bring along one more of these. Raggy, do I have the barter for this yet? Yes, I do. I don't remember if I need found and raid gold chains for anything, so we will just purchase a random one. Okay, time to do some stashing. I never thought they'd make an endgame, but color me surprised. I mean, they had to make an endgame at some point. Like, granted, it was a long time coming, but, like, this was in the works for a while. They always said they would make an endgame, and lo and behold, they did. I'm gonna see if I can train my Kenshi crew a bit more before base time. Fair enough. What's the attraction for you playing Tarkov PvE? I don't know, I just like the questing loop. Like, it's pleasant enough. I enjoy it for some reason. Maybe that just makes me an absolute weird-ass, but oh well. And just gonna tag a little bit of nicotine and I'll be right back. Oh, cool. There's another crash. Oh. Now we're gonna be stuck again in a crash loop. But yeah, what's the attraction for me playing Tarkov PvE would be better answered by simply the fact that I just like the gameplay loop of Tarkov. And PvE is the thing I'm doing now because I don't want to deal with all the late wipe garbage that is happening. And I don't want to rush for Prestige 2. Because I prestiged, so like I reset my PMC to 0. And sure, I can spend a little bit of time on ground 0 below level 20, and like farm up a little bit there, but I don't know. I just didn't feel like dealing with the PvP grind. You know? So PvE does the ticket just well enough. Just swell enough. The grind strikes again. I don't know, I sort of like the grind. I like just doing the questing. In PvE, some of them are a bit annoying, like any of the PMC hunting quests. The PMCs can be a threat. It's just that they tend to be pretty static on the map. They don't move around enough. They hang out around one area for like a good 10-15 minutes before moving through the map, and when they do move, like you never really see PMCs in transit to a location. And when you do see them in transit, it's like it's clearly like pathed. It's so obviously pathed. So there isn't that same tension of, ooh, a PMC can be around any corner and I have to be on my toes. There's none of that. So it is a little bit lacking. Maps like Lighthouse are still a very threatening challenge because of raiders, or rogues. And the rogues have a way better AI than the PMCs do. So they are quite a significant threat. And if you're playing solo, you have to clear the water treatment plant entirely on your own if you want to do any questing on Lighthouse. So that's a bit annoying. Other maps would be something like Reserve. Reserve is a... Ugh. Not gonna lie, FMJ for SIG is a little bit of a shit round. Labs is also threatening because not only do you have the PMCs that are hugging one location, you also have to deal with the raiders on that map. Probably when 1.0 releases, there's going to be another really dangerous AI group that gets added to the game, which is like the Terra Group Black Squad or something like that. So they're probably going to be a really, really difficult endgame boss. At some point, probably like a cultist variant might happen as well for like a AI group that is going to be really challenging to deal with. Like in general, cultists are challenging to deal with because you never fucking run into them, and when you do, you don't expect it, and you're generally caught by surprise. So that can be a touch vexing. But mostly it's you never fucking run into them. That is the major problem with them. Like when I was trying to do my plague mask hunt that took me a month to do, that is one of the major problems I dealt with. I think I have to stash an avocado. Any Sparkies? No, I'm not seeing any Sparkies. Alright, there was a box I wanted to check, and it's this box right here. Alright, we gotta repack before we advance around this corner. Fuck. Do I try to nade him? There is still some tension, like when you run into bosses like this chucklefuck, which is to say Keela. Okay. Keela got dealt with. Which means now I should be safe to plant. Now, something I'm wondering about is, like, did they just make the Scav AI and Boss AI easier in general, or have it just gotten better enough at dealing with the AIs that they're no longer the same kind of threat to me? I mean, they're a threat right now because I still need to sit here for another 60 seconds plus the 15 I'm currently on in order to do this plant. But, when actually dealing with the AI, they're pretty manageable, by and large. There's the PMC squad. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can do my final plant now. Whew. That was actually one of the better AI behaviors I've seen out of the PMCs in this game so far. Okay. Let's check it out. What kind of ammunition do you have? Nothing worth my time. Maybe I should have tossed some nades, but I don't think it was going to be worth it. Right, where was I? Checking. Nothing worth my damn. What a weird thing to loot. A level 2 body armor that is worse than the P.A.K.A. This cunt looted Keela. Which means I unironically have to check these guys' bags now. Brother, where were your footsteps? Son of a bitch. Alright, let's check the rest of Keela. First off, I do want this and this. Might as well take this while I'm at it. Fine, a little bit of a morphine injector. Not gonna say no. Which of you had the Jook? It was you who had the Jook. Yeah. R button. There you are. Actually, I think we're gonna pass through Ollie, check the computers, and then extract out. Because I do have Emercom, if I'm not mistaken. I do. And also, I want to look around for one more Sparky. Only level 8 strength. Shucks. So yeah, that's actually something, Nicholas, if you're still around. One of the weird things about PvE is that your skill gain is so low. Like, you really do not gain skills at all. What would normally be pretty easy in PvP, for some reason they cap the amount of skills you're actually able to grind out in one raid in PvE. 'Cause normally, see this blue tick thing here? You only get that at the very start of a raid, for instance, and your first contribution to that skill, like doing whatever actions are required for it, it boosts your skill gain for that skill at the very start. Now where it gets weird is, normally, this red arrow is not supposed to be here the whole time. Like, granted, like, I don't actually do the absolute min-maxy thing of, like, taking off my, encumbered state and going down to the, unencumbered state. But it doesn't matter, because even though I've tried to do that, this red arrow stays permanent for the rest of the raid. Even if I was to go into my unencumbered state right now and for like the next 5-10 minutes roll around in nothing but unencumbered, I wouldn't even get back to neutral skill gain. I would still be stuck with a debuff for the rest of the round. So it is a touch annoying that way. Yeah, so like it's diminishing returns is what happens. Like the longer you contribute to that one skill in a raid, the less and less XP towards it you actually gain. Now, one of the funny things I can do is until my stamina bar reaches 0, I can run around fully unencumbered and actually min-max some of my skill gain here. Which is something I probably should have been doing way more often, but like I just forget it's a thing I could be doing. Here, let's get my stamina bar back a little bit. Because something I haven't been doing is training endurance like this. I really should be, but always slips my mind. I should do it at least like once per raid, maybe twice if I can manage it, but I forget. As a matter of fact, at the start of the raid, because this is PvE, I should be able to do it comfortably. I just forget. I forgore. And there we go, now we have the red arrow. Just realized your Kenshi crew is so heavily armored when running they sound like an orchestra of pots and pans being smashed together. Yeah, welcome to Kenshi. What a wild game that is. Like, it's interesting, but it's not my wheelhouse. So many people have tried to get me to play it, and I'm just like, I even got it gifted to me by a friend of mine, and I just still refuse to touch the thing. Because effectively the way is in my mind is it's sort of like Mountain Blade Warband, but exclusively, and I mean exclusively, just the follower RPG mechanic for like the named followers. But it's every one of the characters you have. And I never really liked grinding out the levels on the followers. Finally, thank fuck, a GPU. Like, I already had a rough enough time grinding up a squad that I was comfortable with. Of just, like, the NP... well, all of them are NPCs. But specifically, just, like, the random mooks. Or Swadian knights, I suppose. And then getting involved, like, I didn't even like getting involved in the whole rock, paper, scissors nature of the combat. Because it was a little bit rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, and I know there's certain tricks and tips for it. But it was like a learning curve that I got halfway competent at, and then gave up. Because the gameplay loop just stopped interesting me after some point. Once the stats get higher, the dice rolling changes significantly. Oh, I know it does. But the thing that fucked me up oftentimes was... doing the whole, oh, you're chasing an army, or oh, you're getting chased by an army, and eventually, oh, you get caught out, but despite the fact that you were surrounded by allies, none of them get called in, and you're the only one who goes down, and... managing that particular aspect of it really put me off. Because all of a sudden you lose your entire force, but your allies are untouched. And there's only so much that you can do to solo the entire fucking 400 strong army that you're facing with lance and horseback riding alone. And I'm still talking about Mountain Blade Warband this whole time. Not even Kenshi. Some people really jive with the game. My friend is one of them. Like, it's got an interesting story. It's got aesthetic in spades. But, like, it's not even a game that I would particularly enjoy watching somebody else play. I don't know. But that's me. Maybe part of the reason why skill gain is so low is also because you don't end up dying as often. So, at least in this game, you don't end up dying as often, and what that ends up meaning... do I particularly care to unload those just to get another Eagle gunpowder involved? Zaboomafoo. What can I ditch? I'll ditch this, I'll ditch this, and I will take the Eagle gunpowder. Yeah, because you don't end up dying as much, you don't reset the skill boost you get at the start of a round as often. So you can't, like, really push the skill maxing quite as easily. Because having this blue thing right here would be really nice to have. But, yeah, it's only available at the start of a raid and the first time you use the skill. So the more you die, the more often you see that blue thing. But because you don't end up dying that much in PvE, and racking up ridiculous cricket scores on enemies, you don't really min-max your stats that hard. Then you also spend way more time in raids. Like, okay, first off, 66 KD, I've died literally 8 times in 60 raids. 86% survival rate, 24 survives in a row. 24 survives in a row, by the way, in PvP, is something that, like, the really top of the top level streamers have. Me, I had, what, 14 survives in a row at best this wipe? I actually forget what my highest was. I think it was 14 this time. But usually I average something like 9, 10, 11 survives in a row as my max. Average lifespan, 46 minutes spent in raid. Like 0 scav games. Yeah, you just spend a lot of time in raid. And okay, so, GPU. Get you here. Talk to Meshanique. Farming part 4. Finally hand over this last bastard. I'm so lucky to have the exact amount of wires and capacitors I had a lot of. But so lucky to have all of the wires I needed there. And oh boy, I have a quest on woods to do. Alright. Okay. We'll sell this Masca. Do I particularly care for this Kila armor? No, we're gonna sell this too. Absolutely selling this and this. That's for sale. This is for sale. This and this and this one I'll actually use because it's mostly full. This is, of course, for sale. This is getting out of here. This is for sale on the flea market. That's for sale. This goes here. This goes here. Matches. Pack these away here. This is also a selling item. Okay, how many of these bullets do I have left? Okay, I need to purchase more. Whatever. I'm purchasing them right now just so I remember, while I remember to purchase them, so that I don't suddenly go into raid with insufficient amounts of this stuff. And yeah. Yeah, that's all she wrote. Cool. Ragu, enjoy this, this, and this. Mechanique, you can enjoy this, 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 and this. Jaeger, you can enjoy this. The Rapist, you can enjoy this. And Flea Marché, you can have yourself a pretty little time with magazines that I don't think I'll be terribly using very often. Just have those. Okay. Swap to the healthier front plate. Have a swig. Take one of these with me. And just sort my stash a smidge. And here we go. Pistol case. Razor scope. These Tetrises can shank off into the wherever. This is for selling. These bitcoins, would you believe, are also for selling. And oh no, motherfucker gave me an armor. Aight, okay. Hang on to that like so. What was this? Barter for a weapons case. You need 5 pistol cases and 5 fuels. Do these even sell well? 400,000. How about the Rapist? How much do you take one of these for? The Fence. Well, I mean, if they sell for 420,000 on the flea, who am I to say no? Bam. Okay, good. Green batteries. It was a worthwhile purchase. Highly, highly worthwhile. And there we go. All of a sudden we're sitting at a pleasant 4.7 million. The loot loop continues. Oh, it does. And it's only going to get better from here, because when I finally get my Bitcoin farm up, I'll be very, very chuffed indeed. I just need to find myself a spark plug in Raid. Which shouldn't be difficult. I'll be running interchange even more now. The wall upgrade is not quite complete. Security and vents are also not quite complete. Security is going to take forever and a half. Do I look for that spark plug now? It is 12:30 in the morning. Let me ponder for a little bit. Do we do one more raid to try to find a spark plug? Is that what we do? Interchange exits. We are halfway there, so we just need 9 more. Just as well, because on interchange, the one quest I have to do is get another 6 plus 3. A raid for Sparky Bits. Okay. Sure. We'll do one more raid. Let's do. And I'll get some nicotine in me in order to get some more brain juice going. Ah, good. The game crashes. The game is trying to tell me something. But no, I do want to have that spark plug ready to go for like when I do come back to stream. For next time. It'd be nice to have it around, just waiting and ready to go. Because the generator upgrade takes something like 12 hours as well. And then I'd be able to start up my Bitcoin farm. Or start pushing for a Bitcoin farm in any case. And then eventually I'll have to start pumping through Lighthouse. That's going to be an interesting time. I suppose I could afford a Red Rebel. Yeah, 940,000. Yeah, do I splash out on this right now? Sure. I don't presently need it, but it'll be necessary later. For when we do get onto Lighthouse, and we are getting to that point where Lighthouse is gonna be a map we run. Yeah, in PvE mode, the Red Rebels are really cheap. In PvP, they go for like 6 million at the start of wipe. Lowest they get, like late wipe, is like, okay, cool, one more crash. You know, just, do we make it a hat trick, or does it actually let me play the game? Yeah, it is a damn high price. But it like goes down to something like 1.5 million towards the end of wipe. I'm curious how the game is going to be when they remove the wiping feature completely. Will it get to the point where people are just not going to be queuing up for PvP anymore and they have to bring wipes back in order to make people think it's worthwhile to play the game again? It's possible. I think that is what they are going to eventually land upon. Is that rather than a fully persistent world with no wipes, they are going to settle on implementing like a yearly wipe system, maybe, something like that. Decrease the frequency so that it's not like, okay, full half year with between wipes, but maybe down to a year. Maybe when they add more endgame content, like they'll do wipes around that time. Who knows? Something like what Rust does, because Rust also wipes its servers, doesn't it? Although Rust has the problem of when people set up bases and eventually the haves really start having a lot, and like anyone who doesn't have a lot is going to be struggling tremendously. I don't know. Rust is weird. Something I have to check is GPU prices in PvE mode. Yeah, we have no business in idea. Let's min-max our endurance skill, because I forgot to do it at the very start of raids, so I'll do it now. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of min-maxing. I need to get my strength up to a level where level 5 plates don't put me into encumbrance territory. That's where I want to get. Because then I'll be able to start with endurance skill gain, and then as I pick things up, I will move into weight training. Or strength training, rather. I have a worry that Keela is up again. Well, there's the literal one thing I came in here for. Do I look for a scrap? How are you alive, dude? Alright, where's Grenadier? That's a fail. Am I out of nades? I'm out of nades. Well, I'm a bit chapped. Fuck. Ooh, this guy did die to a nade. Okay. Good ammo, bad ammo. Rough. Okay, take this and ditch this, ditch this, ditch this, because it's not actually that valuable. Why am I backlit with my flashlight on? There's a visual bug that sometimes happens if you hold grenades or if you try to plant, like, I don't know, MS-2000 beacons. It, for some reason, forces your flashlight to cast a perpendicular shadow on your gun. It's just a bit weird. Well, more than a bit. It's quite a lot weird. The light just reflects off the shiny hammerhead. Man, why you gotta call me out like this? Okay. Now I'm wondering if there's still one more PMC kicking around here somewhere. I think there might be. There, it's fixed. Just gotta toss that shit on the ground. I sort of want to see if I can get another car extract going. Ooh, green battery. Ooh, we like us some green battery. Green batteries, after all, become... Say it with me. They become bitcoins. Gdzie suka. Well, I go wherever I damn well please, Mr. Scavengton. And we're lucky enough to have a stash spawn here this time. This is like a pretty infrequently spawning stash, too. Ooh, a Karund. A Karund is nice, but, do I need another PM pistol? You know what? Just in case, we'll grab it. I don't know. Do I care enough to pillage plates out of this thing? I mean, we're pretty close to extract. Turns out I'm pillaging plates. Yeah, sure, we'll take an RBAK key. Never lucky. Which means I do have to power my way back to Emercom Extract, but I guess we'll check some PCs first. See if we get lucky with any additional GPUs to round off the evening. Actually, if I do the following... Good, I'm regaining stamina while moving. Yeah, see this endurance skill? I can't even get a neutral bar back up. At this point in Raid, in PvP mode, I would have already been able to get that back to neutral without debuff twice in this one raid alone. Potentially 3 times if I really pushed it up until the end. But nope, that just doesn't happen. And I guess I'll check this one last box. A bit of a shame I couldn't complete Grenadier in this raid, but guess that is the way the cookie crumbles. Oh, whatever. It's all good. We got our Sparky. We're happy. Killed a bunch of PMCs, one of them even with a grenade. So, this wasn't a bad raid. Wasn't a bad raid at all. And there's an entire ass PMC that I killed that I'd completely missed? Huh. Okay then. Turns out I killed 6 PMCs that raid, not 5. The more you know. Put it on an episode of Reading Fucking Rainbow. But yeah, the tiredness it's starting to hit me. Starting to hit me pretty fierce. So that was, as a matter of fact, the last raid for this evening. As I am now, you know, Boss XC sites, I do sort of need to hold on to at least one of them. Oh, yeah, okay. Everything's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, dare I say, even my vision's getting a touch blurry. Heck, we even managed to get one restock of the SIG FMJ. Which means that next time around we can buy some more even. And we'll be able to use it at our leisure. For like, it's about what, 2 or 3 raids worth? Because you purchase 180. There's 50, 75, plus another 80 here, so it's like... basically one purchase off of Peacekeeper gives you 1 raid worth of usable ammunition for the SIG Spear. So with this... we've got ourselves a couple of raids worth of ammunition. Which is nice. We appreciate that. And so, as a reward, our PMC can stuff his face with literal sugar cubes because he's a fiend. At some point, I also need to pick up some sprats. Some sprats would be useful. Okay, the other thing we need to do is... chuck you in here, in here, in here, in here, in here. That's literal whatever tier. And we're looking for another 2A2. Which we may have already gone through our reserve of those. Oh boy, Gunsmith Part 18. Because we're finally level 33. Okay, fine. We can do that. We can do that before we sign off. Because either way, Gunsmith 19 is on a 24-hour cooldown, or 21-hour cooldown, and I must be level 36 to do that one anyway. So we do it. We'll do this one, and we'll just do them in sequence, in order, and it needs to be an AKMN. Yes. But first, let's focus on getting some money developed. So we need to change out the stock, we need to change out the magazine, we need to change out the foregrip, pistol grip, barrel, dust cover. I just don't want these weapon parts kicking around in my inventory, shitting up space, so get rid of them first and foremost. MOE AKM black specifically, then the black M-lock, MOE AK pistol, Zhukov S stock, casual bit of black Magazino, R43 suppressor, which is a little bit of an odd one, not gonna lie. And then the black HHS. Where are you? There we are. Good. And yeah, that I suppose does it for this evening. Sugar cubes laced with cocaine, otherwise he's a horse. Nah, like, this guy's a horse. He's a pack mule. Specifically a pack mule. I mean, like, you see how much shit I have this dude carry around. Heck, he goes into raid encumbered. And Nicholas had a chaotic time. My crew of 22 just fought 40-ish starving bandits and got demolished, but managed to sneak a victory since they just kept getting back up, earning them a huge load of toughness XP. Well, well, well. Aren't you just the min-maxing high Tom Titty? Anywho, now that my exhaustion has reached its peak, this is where I sign off, chat. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your days to watch this here humble stream. As always, I have been Smastian, and until next time, I'm gonna wish you all a good night. You and your tits, Nicholas. You and your tits. Good night.